Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories, where the past whispers you to sleep. Tonight, we drift into the stone shadows of a 1,000-year-old fortress, the Tower of London, majestic, ancient, and endlessly haunted by memory. Behind its cold walls, secrets were sealed, legends born, and destinies shattered by crown, by faith, by fire. As the world outside fades away, we invite you to close your eyes and breathe in the stillness. Let the flickering torchlight and echo of distant footsteps guide you through forgotten corridors where history sleeps but never forgets you are safe here, you are still. And as the tale unfolds, may you find not fear, but quiet, not horror, but peace in the echoes of the past. Now rest your mind and let the story begin. You've probably walked by it, taken a selfie, maybe even thrown a coin into its moat. But the Tower of London, that medieval celebrity, is hiding way more than just some beefeaters and a shiny crown. Beneath the glossy tourist brochures lies a grim, stone-faced witness to centuries of paranoia, power plays, and more betrayal than a Shakespearean drama binge. Picture it. Built by Norman invaders, the tower wasn't just a pretty fortress. It was the medieval equivalent of a nuclear launch code. Whoever held the tower held England. Over the next 1,000 years, it served as royal palace, treasure vault, and most infamously, the scariest Airbnb for political prisoners. Think less continental breakfast and more execution by axe. Now, being imprisoned, there was bad, really bad, but torture? Torture was the main event. It wasn't just violence, it was performance art. First came the threats, then the mood lighting, aka flaming torches, then a grand tour of instruments designed to stretch, crack, and pop the human body like a haunted chiropractor's dream. The rack? Oh, it wasn't just famous, it was the rack star. Arms and legs strapped in, joints stretched until you could hear your own ligaments filing complaints with HR. Enter Bishop Edmund Bonner. You'd think, being a man of God, he'd be into mercy and forgiveness. Nope, he was an enthusiastic torturer with a flair for religious whiplash. Under Protestant King Henry VIII, he roasted Catholics. Under Henry's Catholic daughter Mary, aka Bloody Mary, he flipped the script and fried Protestants. For his loyal cruelty, he earned the nickname the Devil's Dancing Bear, which sounds kind of fun until you realize it involved actual screaming people and a lot of fire. Queen Mary, meanwhile, wasn't in it for subtle revenge. Her dad, Henry VIII, had declared her a bastard, kicked out Catholicism, and treated her mum like a political inconvenience. So when Mary took power, she didn't just bring back Catholicism, she brought it back with a vengeance. And Bonner, he was her spiritual hitman. As Bishop of London, he set up shop in the tower and got to work. Suspects? He had loads. 100-question test on your beliefs, fail it. And hello, hot irons, pass. You still might be toast. In short, the tower wasn't just a prison. It was a stage where ambition, vengeance, and religious zeal played out in blood and agony. And the echoes of those screams, still rumored to linger in the stones. So next time you visit, maybe skip the ghost tour. The real horror stories don't need any embellishment. You can almost hear the torches crackling and smell the scorched guilt in the air. Bishop Bonner, yes, our old friend, the Devil's Dancing Bear, was back at it, now leaning fully into his role as Queen Mary's personal horror movie director. He liked to claim, with an oily kind of piety, that he was just trying to show people the error of their ways. Sure, like a hangman's just giving free neck massages, he wasn't shy about getting hands-on either. For Bonner, even something as minor as holding someone's hand over a candle until their skin blistered off was just good motivational strategy. Nothing says reconsider your theology like the smell of your own burning knuckles. But if that didn't do the trick, he had a delightful buffet of devices, red-hot irons, thumb screws for that extra snap, bows to crush ankles, and of course the crown jewel of his torture collection, the rack. Stretch 'em till they pop. Bonner didn't delegate. Oh no. He was front row center for every scream, every sob, every breaking bone. By the end of his first 2 years, he had already sent 89 people to be barbecued alive in the name of faith. But Queen Mary, ever the customer who wants more blood in her Bloody Mary, wrote him a furious letter. Pick up the pace, Bonner. There's still heretics breathing out there. So he did. He doubled down with new spies and new zeal, and soon uncovered a secret Protestant gathering. The group's deacon was arrested, and so was one poor soul named Cuthbert Simpson, a guy whose crime was attending church in English instead of Latin, and that's it. In Mary's England, that was enough to earn you a one-way trip to Payne Town. Simpson's diary captures the descent. When asked to give names, he refused, so they stretched him on the rack until he fainted, revived, tortured again. After 3 hours, he couldn't walk. Bonner dragged him back the next week for more. When Simpson kept quiet, Bonner jammed a sharp arrow between his fingers and drove it through. The pain was enough to make stone statues weep. Still, Simpson didn't break. Not after the first rack session, not after the second, not even after the third. And finally, Bonner, the man who made his reputation on breaking people, admitted almost reverently that this was a man of unnatural patience. If he were not a heretic, Bonner said, he is the most patient man that ever came before me. But even courage can't beat fire. Simpson, like so many others, was marched to the stake. Given one last chance to confess, to save his soul if not his skin, he refused. So they lit the flames, the fire rose, and the man who wouldn't speak names vanished into the smoke. March 28th, 1558. The flames licked the sky one more time as Cuthbert Simpson, the man who'd outlasted racks, arrows, and the full fury of the Devil's Dancing Bear, was finally consumed by fire. Tied to a stake, flesh blistering, eyes defiant, he joined the long burning line of martyrs who died not for power, not for glory, but for the simple, stubborn right to worship in peace. A torch-lit exclamation point on Bonner's grisly resume. But time, like fire, devours everything. The sadistic bishop, whose hands orchestrated the torture and deaths of hundreds, was about to learn what it felt like when the wheel turned. Mary died. Her sister, Elizabeth, cooler head, sharper tongue, Protestant to the bone, took the throne. Bonner's blood parade stopped overnight. Elizabeth didn't need a dancing bear. She needed him gone. So she did what monarchs do. She offered the man who'd once considered himself God's enforcer a graceful exit. Resign, fade away, be quiet. Bonner refused. He wasn't done torturing, not in his mind. But Elizabeth was. She had him tossed into a prison cell. No rack, no fire, just stone, silence, and time. 9 years he sat there. No more screaming victims, no more fires in the square, just the dripping walls and the ghosts of every name he'd forced out, every soul he'd scorched. He died in 1569, alone, forgotten, and very much not missed. Poetic, isn't it? And he wasn't the first to meet a bitter end inside those cursed walls. The Tower of London, it didn't earn its reputation on good manners and royal tours. This place was built on fear, its stones soaked in blood from the beginning. 20 kings ruled from the tower. 8 died violently, 6 were murdered by rivals. 2 died in battle, no surprise. The place was a meat grinder wrapped in a crown. Its story starts with conquest, 1066. William the Conqueror marches in, wins the Battle of Hastings, and immediately realizes winning was the easy part. Holding England, that took fear. So he built castles, big ones, brutal ones, and in London he wanted something more, a statement, a symbol, something that would make anyone thinking rebellion say, maybe not. He turned to a monk named Gundulf, brilliant architect, man of God, builder of cathedrals. William offered him a bishop's mitre in exchange for one little thing: design the most terrifying fortress in the kingdom. Gundulf hesitated, but ambition wins over conscience more often than not. So he said yes. And from that unholy alliance was born the White Tower. Thick Roman walls on one side, the River Thames on the other. A deep moat and a tower so massive it might as well have shouted, "Don't even try." Finished in 3 years, it became the anchor of a reign built on domination, a monument to submission. And it worked. For centuries, kings and queens used it as their personal chessboard, locking away enemies, torturing traitors, executing threats. It was a prison, a palace, a vault, a warning. The tower didn't just guard the crown, it enforced it, with fire, with fear, and with a silence that only the dead could break. The Tower of London, designed as an ironclad symbol of fear, was meant to be unbreakable, impenetrable. But like all things built by humans, it didn't take long for someone to poke a hole in the plan. Enter the Bishop of Durham in 1100, corrupt, rotund, and entirely too comfortable behind bars. This wasn't some tragic, wrongfully imprisoned soul. He was a tax collector in holy robes, deeply despised by Londoners for shaking down citizens like a medieval mob boss. When the king finally tossed him into the brand new tower, people probably threw a party. But prison, in this bishop's case, was less Iron Maiden and more glamping. He had sacks of gold, personal servants, and banquet feasts that looked like a Renaissance episode of MasterChef, Wine Edition. But even all that luxury couldn't mask the itch of captivity. The bishop, not content with fine dining and soft lighting, plotted an escape. And not just any escape, a wine-fueled heist, literally. He smuggled in a rope inside a wine cask, got the guards completely hammered at one of his infamous banquets, and when they were snoring into their goblets, he slipped away like a portly ninja. Unfortunately, physics isn't swayed by cunning. The rope, too short. The bishop, too heavy. But he was nothing if not committed to his gold. He clutched his treasure, let go of the rope, and fell unharmed. Just bounced like a jolly, corrupt boulder. Then he grabbed his coins, booked it to a boat, and escaped to France. The first official escapee from the tower, waddling to freedom with wine on his breath and gold in his arms. But most people weren't so lucky. Take Jane Grey. A 15-year-old girl who went from daughter of the nobility to Queen of England, and then straight to doomed prisoner, all in the time it takes to plan a decent birthday party. She was a political pawn dropped into a chessboard of backstabbing nobles. Her cousin, King Edward VI, was dying. The council running the country, specifically the Duke of Northumberland, panicked. If Edward died, the throne would go to Mary Tudor, a Catholic. And that didn't fit the Protestant agenda, so they married Jane off to Northumberland's son, then pushed her onto the throne before Edward's body was even cold. She reigned For 9 days, Mary raised an army, marched into London, and the people, probably exhausted by noble drama, cheered her on. Jane was tossed into the Tower, betrayed by literally everyone, including her parents. A teenager, trapped in a place meant for traitors, still dressed like a queen, with nothing but prayers and paranoia for company. The Tower, once built to protect a kingdom, had become the final chapter for countless stories. Some tried to climb out, some were shoved in with crowns still on their heads, and some, like Jane Grey, were just children who never stood a chance. Poor Jane Grey. Forced into a marriage she didn't ask for, crowned queen in a palace coup she didn't understand, and now sitting on a throne that felt more like a guillotine in slow motion. It all started with the sickly young King Edward VI coughing his way toward the grave in 1553. His death meant the throne should pass to his eldest sister Mary, but that was a disaster for the Protestant nobles. Enter John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, political manipulator extraordinaire. He had a plan so cold-blooded it could have chilled the Thames. He married off his teenage son Guildford to Jane Grey, Edward's sweet, bookish cousin. Then he persuaded the dying king to rewrite the succession and name Jane his heir. Boom. Jane becomes queen, Guildford becomes king, and Northumberland becomes the real power behind the throne. Jane and Guildford, meanwhile, were just two bewildered teens caught in a Game of Thrones spin-off nobody warned them about. They barely knew each other. Their parents shoved them into marriage faster than you can say dynastic ambition. Jane was described on her wedding day as looking like a doll, small, fragile, barely old enough to understand the stakes. Thunder rolled through the ceremony, a fitting soundtrack to a royal disaster in the making. And then, less than 6 weeks later, came the gut punch. A lady-in-waiting burst into Jane's room. King Edward was dead. Jane was to come at once to Northumberland's palace. There the flattery began, knees bent, compliments flowed, even her own parents bowed. Then the words, "You are Queen of England." Jane collapsed, weeping. "The crown is not my right and pleaseth me not," she cried. But her parents insisted. England needed her, they said. It would be selfish not to accept. Torn between duty and terror, Jane gave in. The next morning, she was escorted to the Tower of London and proclaimed queen. But it wasn't until they brought out 2 crowns, one for her and one for Guildford, that Jane realized the full scope of the betrayal. She was a puppet. The real plan was to crown Guildford as king, with Jane just a stepping stone. Furious, she refused. She told the council she would never let Guildford be king. She was surrounded by liars. Her own parents had sold her out. She was utterly alone, utterly. Meanwhile, outside those ancient, unfeeling walls, Princess Mary was on the march, rallying an army. Jane, the accidental queen, was about to learn that in the Tower, thrones are temporary, but executions are forever. The Tower had never felt so quiet. Just 10 days earlier, Jane Grey had been Queen of England, crowned not by choice but by pressure, politics, and a tidal wave of ambition not her own. Now, the same fortress that had once held her throne held her prison. And though she didn't know it yet, she would never leave its walls again. As her world crumbled around her, England split in 2. Swords were drawn, sides taken, Mary or Jane. The price for being on the losing side? Death. Northumberland, the architect of this disastrous scheme, did what ambitious noblemen do. He raised an army. He marched out to crush Mary and silence the rebellion. but the wind was against him. In London, the council that had once called Jane Your Majesty began to sweat. Mary was gaining support, and fast. They saw the writing on the wall, flipped sides, and declared Jane a usurper, Northumberland a traitor, Mary the true queen. Jane was done. Her father received the order. Your daughter must give up the crown. Jane, who'd never wanted it in the first place, met the news with heartbreaking grace. I much more willingly take it off than I put it on. Please, may we go home now? But there was no home waiting. Her father said nothing, just left. Northumberland was captured, hauled to the block, and parted with his head. Mary took the throne and began her grim score settling. And yet, even Mary, Bloody Mary herself, looked at Jane and saw not a traitor, but a pawn. A child caught in the crossfire. She promised mercy. Jane and Guildford would stand trial, yes, and be found guilty. Such was the formality. But they would not be executed. They would be spared. Jane dared to hope. She even prayed, not for herself, but for her husband. Let me be pardoned, but above all, let my husband be. But mercy has limits, especially when Jane's father ruined everything. In an act of astonishing foolishness, he raised another army, tried to storm London, demanded the Tower, the Queen, and his daughter. In short, he bombarded the Tower while Jane was still inside it. That was it. Mary's patience snapped. Jane and Guildford had to die, not for what they did, but for what others might do in their name. On the morning of their execution, Jane was offered one last meeting with Guildford. She refused. To meet him would weaken our resolve, she said. We must postpone our meeting until we meet in a better world, where our happiness will be eternal. She stood at her window and watched them lead him away. Watched until they brought his headless body back. Only then did she break. Weeping, she repeated his name again and again. And then she knew it was her turn. She was only 15, just a girl with too much courage and not nearly enough years. Jane Grey, queen for 9 days, pawn forever, took her final steps across the grass of Tower Green. The sky was grey, the air heavy, and the scaffold loomed ahead like a crooked promise. Her ladies-in-waiting wept. Her priest whispered prayers he could barely finish. But Jane was calm, braver than all of them. She climbed the steps with the grace of someone twice her age and 3 times her wisdom. Then she knelt. Blindfolded, hands trembling, she reached out for the block, only to find empty air. Where is it? Where is it? I don't know what to do. Panic cracked through her calm like ice breaking on a pond. For a terrifying moment, time froze. No one moved, no one breathed. Then someone stepped forward, quietly, gently, took her hands and guided them to the block. She exhaled, found herself again. Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit. And then it was done. February 13, 1558. Jane Grey died with more dignity than the men who played her like a chess piece ever managed in life. She didn't seek power, she didn't crave the crown, but she paid for it in full with her blood on ancient stone. The crown itself, so many have died for it, clawed their way toward it, only to be buried beneath its weight. But beyond being a symbol of sovereignty, it's also literal treasure. The real thing. Gold, gems, priceless artifacts of empire and ambition. Locked deep inside the Tower of London is the glittering dragon's hoard. Crowns, scepters, ceremonial swords, and orbs. Jewels so rare their value can't even be calculated. The star of this collection, the Koh-i-Noor diamond, mountain of light. a gem soaked in legend and blood, stolen, ransomed, hidden in turbans, traded under pretense of peace. It passed from empire to empire like a cursed torch. In 1739, the Shah of Persia ripped it from India after torturing a harem member into revealing it had been sewn into the emperor's turban. The Shah, cunning to the last, invited the emperor to a peace banquet and suggested they trade turbans as a gesture of goodwill. The minute they were alone, he unwrapped the cloth and the mountain of light spilled out like a secret finally told. Eventually, the diamond landed in Britain's hands, presented to Queen Victoria during colonial rule. She had it recut, polished to perfection, and placed in a new crown. But it came with a warning. Men who wear it are doomed. Only queens may wield its strange power. And so far, the legend holds. As for stealing the whole treasure, that's the ultimate fantasy, a criminal Everest. Only one man came close. Colonel Thomas Blood, yes, that was his actual name, once held the crown in his hands. But that's another story for another whisper inside these haunted walls. Just before 7 a.m., the Tower of London slumbered beneath a fog of royal routine. Inside the jewel house, Master Edwards, dutiful, polite, and utterly unaware, welcomed his usual guest, the charming Reverend and his nephew. But this morning there was a third visitor, a mysterious friend, in a rush to view the crown jewels before catching an early departure. Only this wasn't a sightseeing tour. This was the final act of one of the most ridiculous and daring heists in English history. Colonel Thomas Blood, rebel, traitor, escape artist, and now professional conman, have played a long game. What started as a fake fainting spell in the jewel vault had evolved into a full-on friendship with the man guarding the king's most priceless symbols of power. Blood had dined with the family, flattered them, brought gifts, even proposed a marriage between his nephew and Edward's daughter. The audacity wasn't just off the charts, it invented a whole new chart. But that morning, the masks came off. The moment the jewels were revealed, Blood and his men sprang into action. One clubbed Edwards in the head, knocking him out cold. While the old man bled on the floor, they got to work. The crown was smashed flat to fit under a cloak. The orb was stuffed down a coat. The scepter, too long, they sawed it in half on the spot. It was crude. It was desperate. It was somehow working. They made it to the outer gate. One more turn and they were free. But fate, so often the laughing villain in Blood's life, finally stopped laughing. Edwards' son unexpectedly returned home early, saw the scene and raised the alarm. Guards swarmed. The thieves bolted. Blood was tackled just before the drawbridge. He was caught, crown literally in hand. Now, you'd think this would end with Blood's head on a spike. But no, Colonel Blood had one more twist in him. When dragged before King Charles II, he smiled and said the thing only a lunatic or a genius would dare to say, "I'd like to speak to the king." Alone. And the king said yes. Whatever happened in that meeting, it worked. Not only was Blood pardoned, he was given land in Ireland. Land after trying to steal the crown jewels from the tower. To this day, historians scratch their heads. Maybe Charles admired the sheer audacity. Maybe he saw Blood as a useful rogue. Or maybe he just wanted the man where he could keep an eye on him. Either way, Thomas Blood, master of mischief, failed rebel, royal thief, walked away, not with the crown, but with the last laugh. May 9th, 1671, just before dawn, Colonel Thomas Blood, the man who once tried to kidnap a lord, escape from Dublin Castle and marry into a family he was conning, was about to stage the most audacious heist in British history. This was the final act, one last swing at fortune. And of course he came armed to the teeth, pistols, daggers, a wooden mallet. His crew was equally equipped, one of them toting a file like they were cracking into a pirate's treasure chest. They slipped across the tower courtyard, hearts thudding like war drums. One accomplice stayed behind to hold the horses. The others followed Blood into the belly of the beast, the jewel house. Master Edwards greeted them as usual, friendly, polite, tragically unsuspecting. Then came the mallet. With one savage blow, Blood knocked Edwards to the floor. The man screamed, struggled. Another thief stabbed him for good measure, and while Edwards bled out, the rest sprinted into the vault. Blood smashed the crown flat, shoved it into a leather sack. The orb? Pocketed. The scepter? Too long, hacked in half right there on the spot. It was going perfectly, until it wasn't. Edwards's son returned early like a tragic twist scripted by fate itself. He caught them mid-escape. Alarms rang out. Guards swarmed. Blood and his crew ran for it, scattered across the maze of the tower grounds. One by one, they were taken down. Only Blood remained. He made it to the drawbridge. Freedom was so close he could smell the Thames. But one last warden blocked his way. Blood pulled a pistol, fired, missed. The warden lunged and wrestled him to the cobblestones. The heist was over. Dragged back into the tower, bloodied and beaten, Blood waited for the inevitable trial, prison, execution. But then the story took a turn so absurd it practically rewrote gravity. King Charles heard the news and laughed, not rage, not fury, amusement. He summoned Colonel Blood to court. Just 4 days later, the thief stood before the King of England, whose crown he'd nearly stolen. No one knows what was said behind those doors. Whispers, maybe a chuckle. But when Blood walked out, it wasn't in shackles. He had been pardoned, fully. Not only that, Charles gave him a pension, £500 a year, for life. People lost their minds. Some said Blood had been made a spy. Others claimed he'd blackmailed the king. Maybe he was just that charming, that fearless, that ridiculous. No one could explain it. No one trusted him. And when he died in 1680, people didn't even believe it. The coroner had to dig him up just to make sure it wasn't another con, but he was dead. Finally, utterly, unavoidably. Even Colonel Blood couldn't con his way out of the grave. New evidence surfaced in the case of the stolen royal treasure. Turns out, Alice Tankerville wasn't just a flirtatious visitor with a charming smile and a tragic backstory. She was also the accomplice in one of the boldest heists in Tudor England. The plot thickened faster than a stew in a cauldron. Alice's husband, the recently freed sailor, was the mastermind behind the 1531 robbery of King Henry VII's shipment. 366 gold crowns, an absolute mountain of money. The kind of sum that could buy a new life, a new identity, or if things went sideways, a grisly execution. And sideways they went. As investigators dug deeper, they unearthed the twisted triangle, the husband, the wife, and the love-struck prison guard. John Board, the poor sap, who thought he was just protecting a damsel in distress, had actually fallen head over heels into a trap. He wasn't guarding Alice, he was helping her. And now he was a traitor to the tower itself. The punishment? Oh, it was creative. Board, the traitor guard, was dragged to the walls he once patrolled and hanged from them. Not behind closed doors, not with a clean blade, from the tower itself like a living warning sign. This is what happens when you betray the fortress. As for Alice and her sailor husband, their fate was even more inventive. They were executed together in a brutal spectacle designed to etch fear into every would-be thief's soul. The tower saved its worst for insiders, those who worked within its walls and dared to turn against it. The message was clear: betray the tower and it doesn't just end you, it makes a lesson out of you. Today, of course, things have changed. Now people stand in line to get into the Tower of London. Tourists snap photos where traitors once wept. The yeoman warders, nicknamed beefeaters, wear ceremonial garb and tell grisly tales with theatrical flair. The tower isn't a place of dread anymore, it's a destination, but the ghosts remain. The stones are still the same, so are the shadows. The tower still watches, the ravens still roost, wings clipped to keep the ancient prophecy at bay. Because legend says if they ever leave, the kingdom will fall, so they stay, just like the stories, just like the blood in the cracks of the stones, just like the whispered names of queens, thieves, traitors, and lovers who played the tower's game and lost. They stuffed John Board into a small iron cage, a twisted man-sized birdcage hung from the tower's outer wall like a grotesque decoration. There, swaying in the wind, he was left to die. No food, no water, just the cold, the crows, and the shame. The same walls he had once guarded now watched him rot. It took days, maybe longer. Slowly, horribly, the lovesick jailer who traded his keys for kisses with a criminal perished in plain sight. Alice, meanwhile, returned to her cell. The same dark hole where she had wasted 7 months before her almost escape. This time, there was no rope. No sweet nothings through a door. No glimmer of hope. Just a sentence to carry out. She had stolen from the king. She had defied the tower. And she had seduced one of its own. There would be no third act. Alice Tankerville was executed soon after. History doesn't say if she died weeping for the man who died for her, but their story, twisted and tragic, lived on in the tower's stone memory. Because in the Tower of London, love stories don't end with a kiss. They end with a noose, a blade, or a cage swinging above the moat. And every stone remembers. In the tower, justice came with a scream and left only bones. John Board, traitor, fool, romantic, was cast into a cell known simply as Little Ease, a nightmare cubicle of stone, too small to stand, too cramped to lie down, just a squat of agony. He crouched there, twisted and trembling in endless darkness until the pain became his only company. Then came the rack. Torture, not for confession, but for punishment. Bones pulled, joints dislocated, muscles shredded like old cloth. Guards laughed. They mocked him as his body betrayed him, piece by agonizing piece. And still they weren't done. They chained him to the tower wall, arms slack, legs useless, and let time do the rest. Hunger, cold, exposure. The stench of his decay drifted down the Thames, a warning written in flesh. Betray the tower, and it will strip you of everything, including your humanity. But the tower wasn't done writing tragedies. Alice Tankerville's fate had one final monstrous twist. She was captured again, her husband too, and this time there were no cages, no blades, no mercy. The couple was taken to the riverbank, chained waist-deep at low tide, and left, just left. As the water crept higher, they panicked, twisted, screamed. The river did what the axeman didn't. It drowned them slowly, pulling their last breaths inch by inch. On March 31st, 1534, Alice and her husband died locked in rusted chains, swallowed by the same water that lapped against the walls of their prison. But in the tower's long and bloody history, their tale was only one stanza, in 1,000-year dirge, because then came the Black Death. The 14th century, a landscape painted in disease and despair. The bubonic plague crept across Britain like a shadow no fire could burn away. Rats carried fleas, fleas carried death, and people carried panic. When the plague came, the world turned on itself. If one person in your house coughed, just one, you might find your door marked with a black cross, and then it would be sealed, locked. Your home became a tomb, and at the end, flames. The whole house would be burned to ash, sick and healthy alike, in a desperate attempt to contain the contagion. Doctors tried, but their tools were hammers, chisels, and madness. Leeches sucked blood in vain. Those who didn't bleed to death were sometimes subjected to the ultimate horror, trepanning. Believing the plague was caused by demons trapped in the skull, they drilled into people's heads using tools borrowed from carpenters. No one was saved. No one was spared. The tower, immune to nothing, watched it all. It stood above a dying city, ancient stones soaking in centuries of death, disease, betrayal, and vengeance. And still it stands, because the tower doesn't forget, it doesn't forgive, and it never, ever falls. If they would lay down their weapons, he promised them justice. It was a moment carved out of sheer nerve. There, standing on the roof of the Tower of London, was a pale, slight boy of 14, King Richard II, facing down an ocean of fury. Below him, thousands of howling peasants, many armed, many drunk, many desperate, had just ransacked London. They had torched buildings, murdered royal officials, and looted without mercy. The streets ran red, the smoke choked the sky, and now the mob was at the very gates of England's beating heart. Richard could have hidden, could have waited for his nobles to butcher the rebels in a bloodbath. Instead, he stepped forward. Literally, he faced the mob. He spoke, and somehow they listened. He promised reforms, promised freedom, promised to hear them, not just punish them. For a moment, the storm calmed. For a moment, it looked as if one boy king might save a whole kingdom from collapse. But peace, like bread in famine, was in short supply. Not long after, Richard agreed to meet the rebel leader Wat Tyler again, this time at Smithfield. What happened there is still debated, but one version endures. During the tense meeting, Tyler was struck down, some say stabbed by the Lord Mayor of London, others say baited into a fight and slain. The mob surged. They were ready to kill. But then Richard did something astonishing. He rode out alone, a teenager surrounded by soldiers, facing thousands of enraged, betrayed men. "I am your king," he said, "and I will be your leader. Follow me." And somehow they did. The crowd followed him away from the chaos, and slowly the rebellion began to dissolve. Many rebels were later hunted down and punished. Freedom was not granted. Promises were broken. But Richard had done the unthinkable. He had faced a peasant army, calmed them with words, and turned them from the tower without a single soldier's sword. It was the only time in history the Tower of London was successfully breached. But it wasn't steel or flame that saved it. It was a teenager finding his spine in the middle of hell. The tower survived, so did the crown. But the shadows it cast that summer never left. Because for one terrifying moment, the people had roared back, and even the stones of the tower had trembled. Then a child. At an age when most boys were just learning to hold a sword, Richard held a kingdom together with words sharper than any blade. He had just watched anarchy erupt, his home violated, his family attacked, his people set ablaze with rage. And yet, no vengeance, No bloodthirsty decrees, just steel-nerved leadership. Wat Tyler, their charismatic firebrand of a leader, lay bleeding in the grass. Cut down not by an army, but by a dagger drawn in defense of the crown. The moment should have triggered slaughter. The mob, armed and furious, were inches from erupting into civil war. Instead, Richard rode into the eye of the storm, unarmored, uncovered, unshaken. "Will you kill your king?" he asked them. "I am your rightful leader. If you love me, follow me." And they did, swords lowered, bows unstrung. Thousands of rebels, peasants, craftsmen, the forgotten and furious, silently followed the teenage king away from the battlefield, away from destruction, back toward order. The peasants' revolt melted like fog at sunrise. The boy had become a monarch, not with a war horse and bloodied sword, not with noble advisors hiding behind parchment and power, but with presence, calm, authority. Richard had stared into the face of rebellion and convinced it to blink first. The Tower of London, breached and battered, would never fall again. But that one time it did. It was not might that reclaimed it. It was the courage of a boy crowned too soon, who somehow knew that a true king rules not by fear, but by being worth following. Gathered at the scaffold, expecting to see the defiant young Duke of Monmouth die with dignity. But what they witnessed was something far worse, something that would haunt London's collective memory for generations. The executioner was either drunk, incompetent, or both. It took 5 strikes of the axe to sever Monmouth's head, each swing bloodier and more grotesque than the last. The Duke's eyes reportedly blinked long after his body stopped twitching. It was a botched horror show, a final insult from Judge Jeffreys, who watched it all unfold with a grin. But the Tower remembers because the wheel always turns. Years later, the same Judge Jeffreys, the so-called hanging judge, King James's drunken butcher, found himself on the wrong side of the law. When King James II was ousted in the Glorious Revolution, Jeffreys tried to flee, disguised, ashamed, hunted. But his face was too infamous, too hated. He was captured in a tavern by a furious mob who wanted him dead on the spot. The Tower opened its gates. Judge Jeffreys, once the master of terrifying courtrooms and arbitrary verdicts, now became a prisoner in the very fortress he'd used as a killing ground. They locked him in a cell cold enough to freeze a man's soul and left him to rot. No crowds, no last speeches, no mercy. Just a drunk, broken man haunted by the screams he'd once laughed at. They say he died in agony, gout-ridden, alone, delirious. It was the Tower's answer to injustice. Not a clean death, not even a public one, just slow decay. The Tower of London has no soul, no beating heart, but somehow, across the centuries, it always seems to know. The innocent, the guilty, the traitors, the kings. It keeps score, and when it decides to settle the ledger, no title, no wealth, no power can save you. Even the hanging judge found that out, too late. In the end, even the Tower wouldn't weep for him. Judge George Jeffreys, the man who had turned courtrooms into slaughterhouses, who drowned England in his drunken brand of justice, was now the prisoner. The jailer turned captive, caged behind the same stone walls where so many of his victims had begged for mercy. But this time, the roles were reversed. Dragged from the chaos of the Red Cow Tavern, beaten and bloodied by a crowd that had tasted his cruelty, Jeff was taken to the one place he once ruled with an iron gavel, the Tower of London. He begged to go, begged for the safety he had denied to so many others. And the irony? They granted his wish. He was locked away, out of reach of the mob, physically at least. But not from their scorn. Jeff's victims or their families were allowed into the tower. They stared through the bars at the man who had hanged their husbands, exiled their sons, sold their daughters into bondage. There he sat. No red-draped courtroom, no guards snapping to attention. Just a drunk, sick man rocking in his filth, flinching from every scream hurled his way. Even Parliament, the body he once ignored, disbanded, defied, mocked him. He had become a national embarrassment, a pariah in powdered wig and robes that no longer held weight. And then he died. No trial, no blade. Just rotting away in his tower cell in 1689 from a mix of disease and despair. Unmarked, unmourned, unforgettable in the worst way. But the true execution came years earlier on a scaffold draped in black. When Monmouth calmly handed 6 coins to the executioner, it was an act of hope, a plea for mercy. What he received was chaos, a missed swing, a shriek, a crowd in horror. It took more than 5 strokes, a knife, and a messy panic to end the life of the man who'd dared to defy a tyrant. But Monmouth's real victory came in death. Because that sloppy, screaming execution did what he couldn't on the battlefield, it turned the people. Against James, against Jeff, against everything the Tower had been warped to represent. And when the Tower closed its gates behind Jeff for the last time, it wasn't justice handed down by kings or courts. It was vengeance from below. A reckoning written in blood, screams, and the long memory of stones that had seen too much to ever forget the rightful queen, smiling like a fox at a henhouse. The same man who had once handed King Stephen the Tower's keys now bowed low before Matilda, proclaiming undying loyalty with the grease of politics dripping from every word. But treachery, like debt, always comes due. As civil war raged across England in fire and famine, Geoffrey de Mandeville, the Tower's own constable, the man entrusted with its very heart, used the chaos to carve out his own little kingdom. Switching sides wasn't enough. He demanded more land, more titles, more power, and both sides, desperate, kept paying. Soon he was one of the most powerful men in England, Sheriff of London, Constable of the Tower, holder of multiple castles, a mini-king in a crumbling empire. But it wasn't enough. So he turned rebel. Mandeville raised an army, not for Matilda, not for Stephen, for himself. He began seizing land outright, burning villages, killing those who resisted. The Tower had created a monster, and the Tower remembered. In 1147, during a siege, an arrow slammed into Mandeville's head. It didn't kill him outright. It lodged there, an iron shaft protruding from his skull, leaving him writhing in a muddy field, screaming in agony. He died, slowly, painfully, alone. No one mourned him. No state funeral, no honor guard. Even the church turned its back. He had stolen land from monasteries and violated holy ground. Excommunicated, his soul was condemned. He couldn't be buried in consecrated earth. His body, armor still crusted in dried blood, was left to rot. The Tower had given him its keys, but the Tower never forgets betrayal. Through the centuries, those who held power within its walls, the jailers, the judges, the guardians, often ended up as its prisoners, its victims, its ghosts. Because the Tower of London doesn't just hold the crown, it holds a memory, cold, unblinking, and waiting for justice. Geoffrey de Mandeville, once Constable of the Tower, Sheriff of London, holder of more power than some kings, died not with glory, not with ceremony, but with an arrow jammed through his skull and the taste of his own failure in his mouth. He had played both sides in a royal civil war, betrayed one crown, then the other, handed over the Tower of London like it was a poker chip, twice. He bowed to King Stephen, then to Empress Matilda, then back to Stephen again, but each time the tower watched, silent, cold, patient. When Matilda's reign of terror reached its peak, impaling villagers for unpaid taxes, crushing dissent with cruelty even seasoned warlords found shocking, Mandeville flinched. And when the tides turned against her, he did what came naturally. He ran, right into King Stephen's arms. Once again, the ever-calculating Mandeville begged forgiveness, surrendered his castles, promised loyalty. And once again, Stephen, desperate and cornered, relented, released him, gave him one more chance, but you can only cry wolf so many times. Mandeville launched his own private war. No banners, no crown, just fire and death. Villages burned, churches robbed, innocents slaughtered to feed the war machine of one man's ego. A terror campaign under a traitor's flag. He wasn't fighting for a queen or a cause anymore, just for himself. And then came the arrow. One shot from a castle wall buried itself into the center of his head. He didn't die right away. No, the tower doesn't grant mercy so easily. He lingered for a week, grunting, writhing, the iron tip of karma lodged deep in his brain. Geoffrey de Mandeville died, stripped of everything he once held, lands, titles, honor. Even the church refused him burial, excommunicated, unwanted and unloved. The tower had made him, and the tower had unmade him. Because you can steal from kings, lie to queens, betray your brothers, but betray the Tower of London. That stone beast watches, waits, and when it comes for you, it does not miss. It levels no warning, only vengeance. But ruthless man, spinning his threads of espionage from deep within the tower's stone belly. Sir Francis Walsingham, Elizabeth Burford's most trusted spy master, didn't believe in half measures. He believed in information, in whispers in dark rooms, in letters intercepted, in poisoned ink and broken codes. And if he had to burn a few souls alive to protect his queen, so be it. Under his cold gaze, England became a nest of spies. Catholic plots were crushed before they could bloom. Conspirators vanished into the tower, only to reappear days later, on the scaffold or not at all. Walsingham's masterpiece? The entrapment of Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary, Elizabeth's cousin, a Catholic, and a legitimate rival to the throne, was a beacon to every plotter in Europe. She was kept under house arrest for years, carefully watched, surrounded by loyal Protestant guards. But it wasn't enough. Walsingham wanted proof, a trap. So he arranged for fake couriers. He opened and copied every letter Mary sent. When she finally, fatally, approved a plan to have Elizabeth assassinated, Walsingham pounced. Mary was tried, condemned, and executed in 1587, a head taken in two messy chops, a little dog hidden in the folds of her skirt, stained red. Walsingham had won, but his methods were as cruel as any axe, and still, the tower's appetite wasn't sated. Long after kings and queens moved out, it remained a place of pain. The executions didn't stop, they only evolved. Nobles died with titles, peasants died with shame. The gallows behind the tower were less merciful than the axe. There, the condemned were lifted, not dropped. Their necks stretched until their tongues turned purple, and their legs danced a final, grotesque jig. The crowd would cheer, sometimes cry, sometimes just watch. Death was theatre, a national warning played live. And for the nobility, the block, the axe. the tip handed to the executioner a final desperate bribe for a quick death. But 3 strokes, 4, sometimes 5. The axe wasn't precision steel, it was a butcher's cleaver, flesh, bone, spine, severed not in silence but in sound. Then came the final humiliation, the severed head hoisted high, displayed like a rotten trophy, taken to London Bridge, dipped in tar, left to leer down at the city it once walked. The birds came first, then time, and below those blackened skulls the tower stood, watching, remembering. Some were buried in unmarked graves within the walls, others were disemboweled, alive. That was the grimmest. Guts pulled out like rope, intestines looped on hooks, all while the condemned screamed to a crowd that didn't blink. Queen Elizabeth, no stranger to blood, eventually banned the practice, but not before it had soaked the tower in screams, because in the Tower of London justice wasn't blind, it was brutal. It wore a red robe, carried an axe, and left no name uncarved in stone. Begin. That was it. That final line, written in Mary's own hand, sealed her fate. It was everything Walsingham needed. The perfect trap. Sprung. The letter was intercepted, read, copied, and delivered, all orchestrated by the man who had spent years weaving this moment together like a spider spinning silk. Mary, Queen of Scots, had agreed to a plot to assassinate her cousin, the Queen of England. That was not just treason, it was suicide by ink. Anthony Babington and his fellow conspirators were dragged to the Tower, broken, and publicly executed in one of the most gruesome spectacles London had ever seen. Hanged, drawn, and quartered, limbs flung wide, entrails burned before their eyes. A display not just of justice, but of raw, surgical terror, a warning stitched into the fabric of the city with blood and fire. But the real prize was Mary. Elizabeth, ever cautious, ever tormented, still hesitated. Executing a queen was unheard of. Monarchs were God's anointed. If she killed one, what protection would she have from the next assassin's blade? But Walsingham's trap was perfect. There was no room left for doubt or mercy. Mary was tried, found guilty, and sentenced to death. She protested, pleaded, but the Tower did not bend for tears. On February 8, 1587, in the great hall of Fotheringhay Castle, Mary, dressed in red, the colour of Catholic martyrdom, and walked to her death. Her last words were a prayer for her soul and a curse upon her enemies. Then came the axe. The first blow missed. Of course it did. The second, better. Finally, the third. Her head came free, but as the executioner lifted it high for the crowd, her wig came off in his hand. The head, now bald and bloody, fell to the floor. Even in death, humiliation lingered. But Walsingham had won. His queen was safe. England remained Protestant. The Tower had been spared another royal prisoner. And for the first time in history, a queen had executed another queen. All because a spymaster turned whispers into weapons. Because in the shadows of the Tower, silence is dangerous and ink can kill. A strip of parchment around a wooden stick, just the right size. The message, written along the spiral, looked like nonsense until it was rewrapped around an identical stick by the recipient. A simple trick, brutally effective. If the stick was wrong, the code meant nothing. It was spycraft at its purest, clever, hidden in plain sight, and devastating when decoded. And behind it all, Walsingham. He didn't just use ink and ciphers, he weaponized paranoia. To protect Elizabeth, he created an empire of shadows. He taught England how to whisper in code, how to kill in silence, how to turn a letter into a death sentence, and he paid no mind to morality, no attention to innocence or royal blood. Mary, Queen of Scots, learned that too late. When Walsingham couldn't find enough proof, he made it. The forged postscript to Babington's letter was the final nail, penned not by a queen, but by the man who hunted her. Elizabeth at last gave in. She signed the death warrant. And so Mary died, but her death didn't come quietly. It echoed. Through the Tower, through the courts of Europe, through history. A queen killing a queen was not just a sentence. It was a rupture in the natural order. As for Babington and his fellow conspirators, their deaths were a theatre of cruelty. Hanged to the edge of death, revived, then gutted alive before a jeering crowd. They saw their intestines sizzle in the fire. They watched their limbs hacked into quarters like butchered hogs. Until the public couldn't take it anymore. Not even London, hardened by decades of executions and punishments, could stomach the spectacle. The backlash was swift. Elizabeth, ever calculating, ordered that the remaining conspirators be simply hanged. It was the end of public dismemberment in England. Walsingham had gotten his victory, but even for him, the blood may have run too deep. Still, he changed the world. His methods, interrogation, forgery, surveillance, laid the foundation for every intelligence agency that followed. MI6, the CIA, the KGB, they all owe something to the man who made secrets a weapon. Francis Walsingham, the spymaster of the Tower, didn't just serve Elizabeth, he built a kingdom of shadows. And in that kingdom, even queens could die if the ink said so. Weather reports back to the Luftwaffe, updates on clouds, wind direction, and visibility, so the Nazi bombers could strike with deadly accuracy. It was a plan built on desperation, fueled by war, and doomed from the start. Joseph Jacobs, 42 years old, nervous, poorly trained, and entirely out of his depth, was parachuted into England in 1941. But fate had a cruel sense of humour. He landed awkwardly, smashing his ankle on impact. Unable to move, stranded in a foreign field, he lay there in agony until he was found by local farmers. He didn't resist. He didn't even try to hide his mission. His pistol, maps, fake ID, all found alongside him. His cover story crumbled before it began. Within days, he was in British custody, but the British weren't just going to toss him in a cell and forget about him. No, this was war, and Jacobs had come here as a spy. He was taken to the Tower of London. Yes, even in the 20th century, the Tower still had one more execution to offer. Amid all the ghost stories and ancient rituals, the Tower's old black heart beat again for one final act. Joseph Jacobs was tried under the Treachery Act of 1940. The verdict was swift. The sentence? Death. And so on August 15th, 1941, he was led to the old firing range at the Tower of London. The same walls that had echoed with the screams of queens, traitors, rebels, and conspirators now stood silent. No cheering crowd, no public spectacle. Just a chair, a blindfold, and a firing squad. The shots rang out. Joseph Jacobs slumped, lifeless. The last man to die within the tower's walls. Not on the block, not by rope, but by bullet. Decades later, his daughter came looking for that place. Quietly, with grief that never really faded. And there, standing beneath the shadow of the bloody tower, she asked, "Can you show me where they shot my father?" Because even in its final act of execution, the tower didn't forget how to break hearts. And even now, as tourists wander through its haunted halls, snapping selfies by the crown jewels. The ghosts are still there. And the tower, watching, remembering, never truly sleeps. Heart. It was the final act of a doomed mission. The ancient stones of the tower had not seen an execution in generations, but they knew the rhythm well. Joseph Jacobs, dentist, amateur paratrooper, failed spy, was strapped to a chair, unable to stand due to the shattered ankle that had betrayed him from the moment he hit British soil. 7 soldiers took aim. At 7:12 a.m. the order was given. The shots cracked through the misty London morning. The little black target fluttered once, then stilled. Jacobs slumped in his chair, head bowed, eyes closed forever. It was over. No scaffold, no block, no jeering crowd, just an old fortress, a broken man, and the last execution ever carried out within the Tower of London. The war would rage on, the bombs would fall, and new enemies would rise. But the tower had seen its final blood offering. Joseph Jacobs became a footnote in the long, brutal saga of a place that had swallowed queens, kings, rebels, traitors, and thieves. His grave lies in an unmarked plot, his name barely remembered, except by one woman who returned decades later to ask a single question that hung in the air like a ghost. "Can you show me where they shot my father?" And the tower, silent as always, remembered. Of a wealthy London merchant was one such admirer. Bold, curious, and not the least bit impressed by British politics, she visited Lawrence in his tower cell, at first out of intrigue, then regularly, then passionately. While other prisoners wept in the tower's shadows, Henry Lawrence, former president of the Continental Congress, fell into an unexpected romance, and London, ever eager for scandal, fell in love with him. He became a celebrity, a rebel held in the lion's den. His charm, his dignity, and his cause turned him into a fashionable curiosity. Dignitaries came to gawp. Poets wrote verses. Elizabeth Vernon, meanwhile, smuggled him gifts and letters, some say even intelligence from sympathetic insiders. But behind the charm and flickering candlelight, Lawrence knew his situation was deadly serious. He was technically a spy. His mission to Holland, arranging foreign support for a rebellion against the British Crown, was treason. The penalty was death. If not for his prestige, age, and the increasingly complicated politics of the war, he might have met the same fate as Joseph Jacobs, albeit without the bullet-riddled chair. Instead, the tower treated him with an uneasy politeness. Yes, he paid for everything. Coal, candles, even the food he ate and the guards who watched him. But he was not tortured. He was not dragged to the block. He waited under heavy guard, writing letters and whispering hope into the dark. Eventually, a bargain saved him. When the war tilted in America's favor, the British needed leverage. Lawrence, rotting in his rented cell, became a pawn for prisoner exchange. And when the Americans captured the British General Cornwallis at Yorktown, the two sides came to an understanding. Henry Lawrence walked out of the tower alive. He had been a rebel, a diplomat, and technically a traitor. But unlike most who entered the tower with those titles, he left with his head intact, and a legacy still whispered in the margins of American and British history. The last American ever imprisoned in the tower didn't die in agony. He dined with admirers, he fell in love, he survived. In a place built to silence dissent, he left singing. Sir Roger Casement's heart always beat for his homeland, long oppressed, long silenced, and never truly free under British rule. And beneath the polished shoes and tailored suits of the British diplomat, the Irish rebel had been quietly growing. The Congo and Peru had opened his eyes. He had seen the brutality of empire up close, the forced labor, the mutilations, the systematic horrors, realities that made him question everything he represented. His reports were scathing, his outrage genuine. But it wasn't enough to just write about injustice. Casement wanted to end it. By the time World War I broke out, Casement had turned full traitor in the eyes of the Crown. He secretly joined forces with Germany, hoping to raise an Irish rebellion while Britain was distracted by the global war. He travelled to Berlin and negotiated a deal. If the Germans could supply arms, the Irish rebels would rise. It was ambitious, idealistic, and a disaster. The weapons were sent on a German ship disguised as Norwegian but intercepted by the British Navy before they could reach Irish shores. Casement, trying to land covertly by U-boat, was captured on the desolate coast of County Kerry, half delirious and exhausted. He was taken to London, tried for treason, but unlike Henry Lawrence, Casement wouldn't charm the Tower. His past fame, his diplomatic prestige, his knighthood, none of it could shield him now. But what truly damned him wasn't just the treason, it was the Black Diaries. During the trial, British intelligence leaked Casement's personal journals. They were filled with erotic confessions, graphically detailed accounts of encounters with men and boys across the globe. Whether they were true, forged, or a mix of both remains debated to this day. But they served their purpose. Public sympathy for Casement evaporated overnight. Ireland mourned. London recoiled. On August 3rd, 1916, Sir Roger Casement, once knighted by the Crown, was hanged at Pentonville Prison. But he had spent his final nights in the Tower of London, pacing the same cold stone that had once held queens and poets, rebels and lovers. He was the first knight in 300 years to be stripped of his title, not because he was a rebel, not because he was a spy, but because he had dared to be both, and loved too dangerously in a world that would not forgive. The Tower, always impartial in its cruelty, closed another chapter. One more name carved into its legacy of betrayal, secrets, and death. Ireland ablaze. Despite Casement's frantic efforts to stop the uprising, he was too late. Across Dublin, armed Irish nationalists seized buildings, tore down British symbols, and declared a republic. The Easter Rising had begun. Casement, soaked, shivering, and utterly alone, sat in the Tower of London, powerless to stop the bloodshed he knew was coming. It unfolded exactly as he feared. The rebels were brave, but hopelessly outgunned. After a week of street fighting, British artillery reduced parts of Dublin to rubble. The uprising was crushed. Leaders were executed. And now the man who had begged Germany for guns, who had tried to halt the rising with his last breath, was next. Casement was tried for treason in a courtroom thick with tension. He spoke for hours in his own defense, not denying his actions but insisting they were the acts of a patriot, not a traitor. He pled not for mercy but for understanding. It didn't matter, he had asked for Germany's help. During wartime against Britain, the sentence was death. But as with everything about Casement, even his death came with controversy. The British government, fearing he might become a martyr, leaked his private diaries. Erotic, explicit, and scandalous for their time, so-called Black Diaries painted him as a deviant. Their authenticity is still debated, but their effect was immediate. Public support vanished. On August 3rd, 1916, Sir Roger Casement, once a knight, once a diplomat, was hanged. He became the first man in centuries to be executed for treason against the crown with a knighthood stripped from his name. He died in the shadow of the tower that had judged so many before him. And like so many others, he died believing in a cause greater than himself. Believing perhaps that a free Ireland was worth any price, even the rope. If you stand very still just for a moment beneath the tower's cold grey sky, you might just feel it. Not the chill, not the damp, the weight of 1,000 years of whispers, of final breaths, of footsteps echoing towards scaffolds and nooses and doors that only opened one way. Sir Roger Casements was one of the last. He walked to the gallows not with fear, but with something deeper, conviction, dignity, a belief that even if the world had turned its back on him, history might still remember the man, not just the scandal. He was hanged, quickly, without fanfare, no last-minute reprieve, no mercy from the crown he once served. The knighthood stripped, the names smeared, the support vanished with the ink of his own hand. He died a traitor, a pariah, but also a patriot, if only to those who saw past the shadows. The tower didn't care, it never does, because the tower has no favorites, no loyalty, no soul. It swallowed queens who wept for mercy, poets who died for ideas, lovers who kissed through bars, spies who betrayed, spies who were betrayed, dreamers, fanatics, heroes, monsters, all the same to the stone. The Tower of London endures not because it lives, but because it remembers every scream, every whisper, every name. And in the end, the tower always gets the last word.